Hello again, folks. Welcome back to another, hopefully, great day of streaming as we continue in 7 Days to Die with our demolition stuff. Today we shouldn't have to worry about any kind of horde night. We might have I think we'll have a airdrop or two to maybe work on, but other than that, it is tear down of a gas station. And that is basically the started plans for today. So we're gonna get right on into that. Get booted up here and get heading over there. The other thing, as you see, I started, we did this yesterday. Started laying out some of the basics for where we're gonna put the next part of the building. Which I'm gonna drop those both in there. Let's close both of these doors because don't need them sitting open. There is some other minor stuff, like I should probably, in fact, we'll start with, as much as it's the building, we'll start with just getting, these guardrails out of the way. I'm curious of something. Okay, yeah. This will be somewhat quick to just kind of get rid of all this. Gonna have a lot of iron. Getting forged iron is gonna be easy. The forged steel does require us to get a crucible, but that's not the worst thing. Oh, we can go ahead and pop that back up, by the way. Alright. Yeah, we'd already gotten the fence, so this is down to just breaking all that rock and filling in the hole. Yep. Should I be taking these guardrails down? Probably not, but the plan is... Well, no, we'll leave the drain holes. You don't need safety rails. At least not crappy ones like these. Oh, man. Oh, you fucking kid. I hate these crappy ones the most. Because every time, that means now I'm going to have like 20 of these, or 5 of them, whatever it is. On the bright side, with every time that those annoying ones come, that's more zombies to kill and a chance at those drops, so. And now we get to deal with tiny zombies. Big head little midgets. Oh. Apparently we got upgraded enough to now have freaking wolves being able to be spawned. Lovely. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Get this tree out of the way here, too. Out of curiosity, we don't have any points right now, right? Yeah, no points available. Oh. Oh. What to do? Let's see. Like I said, we're gonna get this done, then we're gonna go tear that down. Which my biggest worry is just how, like... It looks like maybe the back wheels on this is one piece. Okay, what about this? Nope. Damn it. Yeah, the rest of this is gonna suck to try to grab fully. Cleared that out. So this is ready to start, like, deep dive internal clearing. I think that might be the external brick, actually. Uh, of course, just as I get into this, we get into a boss vote. And all of them are gonna probably suck because it's a boss vote. Yeah, okay, and that was damaging that. Alright. Alright, let's get out here where we're ready to deal with whatever this ends up being. Damn it, I missed the boss again. Oh. Okay. Shit. Nope. Oh. Damn it. Oh. Oh. How is that guy still alive? Oh. Oh, I expected to lose that. Oh. All right. All right. Now we got a pickup to grab as well, and then we can get back to just demolishing that gas station. I should say, we'll get this pickup, drop stuff off at the base, then get back to the demolition. Oh. Damn. Gotta love those. Yeah. Normally I wouldn't be, but doing the slow destroying things means I'm not getting as much books and stuff to actually level up tools. So, yeah, still stone tools because of that. Melee bundle. Couple of good mods, okay. Like, if I had been properly exploring and getting stuff, I'd definitely be much further than that right now. But so far, all we've done besides make a base start parts of a base is demolish 2 buildings and explore a third, and of course deal with 2 horde knights. I could have probably made this a little easier too by changing certain things to make level up a lot faster, but I was like, I don't mind this being a slow grind. Besides, that's the fun of watching me have to suffer through big fights with stone tools. Probably shouldn't be picking all of this crap up on the way too, but it's one of those just like, it is what it is. Oh, hey, buff vote. Ooh. I mean, outside of the running right now, Energize hasn't really been an issue. And no vehicle does nothing right now because we have no vehicle. So, nourishment's the only semi useful one to just keep me from having to worry about food for a little bit. And here's our quick drop off. I did make a thing too, because as good as it is, the The dew collector is worthless when you can make yourself a small little pond and have an infinite water source that you just have to boil. Alright. Back to this stupidity. Take this down. This is the kind of section where I do miss the, like, level up by learning versus by reading, or, you know, level by doing versus level by finding the magazines would have been more helpful in this kind of setup. God damn it, I was breaking the wrong brick for a little bit there. Okay, that just leaves outer wall for that. Really? Even though that's... Whatever. That's annoying. Alright, gonna lock me in here until I break the door down after I do this. Well, we'll see. God, I wonder how bad it's going to. I wonder if there's going to be a point while I'm tearing down the internal bottom layer that stuff's going to fall down on me. It shouldn't. With any luck, the way the game is designed, the outer walls should provide enough support on most of these buildings. This is why I made so many repair kits. Yeah, had a feeling. God, this is gonna take forever to tear down. Especially when I can't heavy attack with this thing. Um... Almost missed the coffee maker. before we get to that. It might take longer, but I think we get better materials out of using the wrench on this. I also realized it doesn't help that I went towards two, well, yeah, two bigger buildings to start this too. There are definitely some other houses I probably could have started with that might have been a little faster. Instead of going into the city here. All right. Actually, I'm not even gonna worry about all of that. I can easily get out. We'll not really worry about the rest of what's up top here, I think. Outside of just making sure anything that feels like it could hide a safe is destroyed. So yeah, we should be good. Let's go ahead and go up and into There's nothing up top here. That's not that. It's all really the useful material up here. Oh, it's almost nighttime. Crap. I'll let all that fall. Alright. Let's head back to base. It's nighttime, so we get to work on sorting stuff and eventually a little bit of cleaning. It's also almost time for us to take our break, so... Alright. Head back to smelting that. We do have a glass jar in there. That quick. Really? We only have the one glass jar? Alright, easy. Those all go in there. That drops down there. Can I grab everything? I can. Okay, that'll make it easier. Ammo, armor. So, food, put that there. Weapon mod. That going with the forge. Alright. That's assorted stuff put away. Even with the water, we're not going to have anything worth making there. We just make another yucca juice out of the water. Oh, we should hold on to the Mega Crushes as well. It's all growing. That's got that covered. Alright, oh, we have the ability. Okay. Just enough leather for that. I need 3 more levels of workstation to make the anvil. Alright. Alright, So at the end, 25% bonus loot and loot 80% faster. That's hopefully going to be useful. I just did all that though. Let me pause because I should have done this before doing all that sorting. We're gonna pause. We're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we will continue this. So see you guys in just a little bit after the pre-rolls get taken away by regular ads. All right, let's get back to not waiting, or hurrying up and waiting, I guess. Let's see. What do I have? I have an okay amount, not enough to still do anything specific. Let's look. I don't think. I guess in general, two away from at least getting tier 6 on both of those, and then getting to the iron tools. Which means hopefully we'll start finding good iron tools soon. What armor pieces do we have right now? The Assassin's Glove. Attack speed, no. Athletics outfit increases health, but so currently we have on scavenger hat for scavenge plus 10% salvaging XP. Scavenger outfit, which the increased capacity. Enforcer's glove, which really we can definitely try to change Enforcer glove, and maybe lumberjack boots. I don't know if that's been helping on anything. Yeah, I don't care about crop harvest. That's another lumberjack boot, so we can sell that. Mining. So reduces cost of mining tools. Maybe. This was an overall 2% XP gain versus just this treated critical healing. Honestly, stamina cost hasn't been an issue right now, so we can leave that. And since most of what we do is salvage, I guess that doesn't matter. Now we got ignition chance, bleed, and wood damage. Uh, oh. Really? You can get burning shaft, but it can't get serrated blade. Interesting. Alright. Put those there. Alright, I never did go through to see. So, gotten that. What's this one? Oh, we have to... So we do have to make a dew collector just for that. Alright. Alright, alright. I don't have the duct tape for that. So... 1, 2. Oh, crap. All right. I want to save up the second point to level up that further. Nerd gloves. To speaking of duct tape, we got one now. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12. Right, because I want to say we did that. We were at 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 21 that we used there for 20 deep, which is put us at 79. The hell did you come from? Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, excuse me, count from technically because we're 20 counting from here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Now, for a visual cue, pop that up there. That there. Damn it. Oh well, we wasted a block. God, I hate that if we're outside of certain areas, we actually immediately trigger a vote. Um, Oh. Well, we gotta go back to our base now. Alright, oh, actually. That stops the laceration. Put that in there. That in there. There. Take some honey. And alright, we're back to good. It's like nothing ever happened. Save that our health is a little bit lower than it would have been. Alright. Back to meltdowns to take out all of the lower level crap on this one. That includes, yeah, we'll take out this inner little... That now. This'll take a moment. Actually, start with this. Oh, yeah. Well, early afternoon storm, that could hopefully won't be a problem, but you know, something happens and the internet just suddenly fucks off. You know that's because my power decided to say goodbye. Mm. Let's get rid of the cabinetry and stuff first. I keep... I wish I could hit hard with this one. But then again, the way that fucks stamina, I don't know if it's entirely worth it. Oh, hey, there was a cabinet here that we almost missed. At least it's just a silly vote. Anything but Home Run Derby. Because Home Run Derby will stop us from what we're currently trying to do. Which would kind of suck. My vote would be the ever great DK mode, aka Big Heads. I don't think I can... God damn it. On the bright side, dear God, the, this at least sends things fucking flying. Okay, can we get the balloons out here, please? Because in there, the balloons kind of suck. Hey, there we go. 33 points. Damn. Melee damage, power attack damage, stamina. I mean, better damage. Yeah. Better damage, better power attack damage, better stamina cost, and better durability. All right. All right. I guess the benefit of home run derby is it did refill our health, so may also need just a little bit more fluid. Of course, that's gonna be the big one. Honestly, though, that's now floating enough. Oh no, we need to also get rid of this bar. I say floating, it's not actually floating, it's its own separate thing. We're gonna have to tear it down anyway. Oh, let them come in at me. Yeah, no, the baseball bat is freaking better than the sledgehammer right now. Which means let's undo this. Cool. When we get back to base, we can put 2 other mods on this bat. Nice. Ugh. Of course, even though it looks like wood, it's stone. Because painting lets them do things like that. Let me confirm one thing. Window, wall, and then that's this, so... The wall, and then, yeah. So we should hopefully be able to get that done via the other side. Honestly, I don't know. Of those 3, I don't know which I would want more. So I guess outside of votes, I will let, and it's full on let you guys decide on it. Or just let random choose. And we got armor supplies. Fortitude mod, scavenger outfit, and assassin's hood. Meh. Not trying to make it quieter, just hmm. Okay. Those two should be outside then as well. God, that was loud. Oh, bricks that are gonna take a while. Well, I am here to hang out and chat for anything people want to chat about, because this is the part that takes a while. Um, trying to think of anything specific. I can't think of anything offhand that I specifically want to talk about, but if there's anything that people want to talk about, this is the time to ask questions. I am here to talk about whatever. want my opinions on something game related, if I've seen enough about it, I'll let you know, or we may have to look it up or something, but there's I guess there's obviously the console stuff, and I can talk about the PlayStation, Xbox, kind of both moving to digital here in the future. And I will give Xbox, at least from what they were talking about, it seems to be going about it in a better route than PlayStation is. You know, Sony just going, yeah, 2028, we're gonna stop making discs. PlayStation 6 is gonna be digital only. We're, just going in. Fuck all your physical media. If you need to get rid of your old console to get a new one, you're just gonna have to get rid of all your physical media games too, because you won't be able to play any of them. Kind of sucks. At least with Microsoft, they're saying, yeah, don't get rid of your physical media. We're gonna do a thing so you'll be able to put your discs into your Xbox, download the digital license. It stays with the disc, so if you put the disc in a different system, obviously the license moves. But you will have it on your account, so you can go and download it and play it whenever, as long as somebody else doesn't eventually install that disc somewhere. Which does mean, yeah, if you lose the disc, somebody finds it and puts it in, you lose the game license, which sucks. But at least it's better than not having to completely buy the game digital again just because. And it still prevents the whole, like, I'm going to trade my game in because I don't need the physical copy anymore, because I got it digital, and like you don't have to worry about that level of people buying a game and trading it and then returning it a day later because they have it digital. I guess in the long run we'll have to see how it goes, but that's, a few years out still to worry about any of that stuff. And I mean, I'm mostly PC now, so everything I own is digital anyway. But I understand the want of physical media to not go away. Is this also okay? At least this is. At least those are fast. That helps me not feel so bad doing all this. Yep. Repair, please. Thank you. Hey, buff vote. Honestly, none of those matter. So whatever random one you want, because I don't have a vehicle for no vehicle to be a debuff, and shield and critical immunity are just standard things. Hmm. Assuming this one does what I think it does, will just be the very healthy stairs left, and then we can move over to the convenience store side of this gas station. Yep. All right. Unfortunately, we probably will be taking a break before we get these stairs done. Well, we got a little bit of time. This is the stuff I was avoiding doing in the other location, but at least this is just a one and done kind of, or these are a little bit more required because otherwise I don't get the full knockdown. So the bricks in the other location are I can wait on that because it's already basically demolished. This is an extra step that I don't necessarily need to do right away. These 5,000s are unfortunately, if I want to break this building down, I need to do this now. Because otherwise, these stairs are going to hold up a portion of the building. Potentially. Hmm. Next airdrop is on day 19, and we've got 3 more hours left to stream, so we should see day 19. which means we'll get another airdrop before we end today. Hopefully, we'll get something good in it. This out of the way. All right. Um. All right. That's gonna call a horde. We'll pause here to take the break, and then when we come back, we deal with the little bitty horde of monster of little zombies, and then head back into the convenience side to get a little bit of destruction done. See you guys in a little bit. All right, we are back. Gonna get back into the game. And there's some stuff obviously I would have to look up to get it fully going, but I just thought about it would be an interesting idea to make a zombie survival D&D campaign. Like take this game concept but do it as a short-lived D&D campaign. Like first and foremost, I'd say you'd probably have like obviously this would be a low-level campaign. Probably have to start it either as a full-on just level 1 campaign or level 2. I think any higher than level 1 or level 2, unless you're doing very minimal players, would make so that like your early just like low level tease them in encounters might be a little bit more than you would want, because the idea just make a simple map. Like you'd effectively be doing a very open world localized D&D thing. They're not going to do far off travel. They're going to be stuck in an area and be encouraging them to explore that area. As a big part of the campaign. So the idea is you're going to have buildings and stuff that it's be like, hey, if you want to progress, your current focus should be to go through and like check all these buildings and see what's in them, kind of thing. And then you would keep it very not overly simplistic. Like obviously you can have you'd have the like single little trader safe zone shops, but make the owner very paranoid, so he doesn't let people stay there. Even though he's got buildings and stuff that people could potentially use. Alright, so it'd be that whole wall. All right. We already went and sort of checked up here. Anything up here? I'm a little bit more fine with it just falling to its destruction. We almost missed another cabinet. And yeah, like I said, same thing. I don't care about these. I was only destroying the other boxes because they make a little bit of a difference in actually getting um through some of that stuff to break it down. So let's start, I guess, with this cabinet. But yeah, like my thought, if I wanted to do this but as like a D&D campaign, I'd probably make a bunch of different kind of buildings. And like this, the idea would be it's a lot of encounter building. You'd build up a bunch of different kind of encounters, in the form of like this is a different buildings with varying amounts of zombies of varying difficult or of undead, I should say. Um, Doing varying amounts of undead in varying levels of difficulty. Um, with sort of using the visuals of the building to dictate a little bit better of like of the inside and the outside of the building for how difficult and how many zombies might be in there. And it would be one of those where unlike a normal campaign, be a little bit more of a hey, death is 100% a possibility in this campaign. Be understanding that your characters may not survive this kind of situation. We're gonna run back to base, drop off all the excess stuff, and then try to go back in there. Because I think we can get away with spending the night inside, clearing out stuff. To speed up some of this. All fully grown. Hey. I did not mean to leave that going while I was gone. Um... Oh, okay, I can't until we... Okay. So... hold on. Before I go, I should start new plants. Yep. Let's just... Alright.
Trader Rick is now closed. Get the fuck out.
Alright. And this is why I said we can get away with probably staying and doing this, because we're going to be mostly inside. Sure, we're going to be making noise, but it shouldn't be too terribly bad. But yeah, I could see a D&D campaign built around the idea of zombie survival. There's a few things that normally don't get done that you would, as a DM, have to track a little bit more than normal. In that you would have to track food usage and stuff like that, making sure they're actually properly keeping track of their rations and how much they're using. And as much as people don't, it would be one of the rare times that I would say you would have to make sure people keep track of their ammunition as well. But and like you wouldn't have to even necessarily do, you know, maybe I go a little bit further into different stuff. Cuz I think that's the big thing. If you want a D&D game that's a little bit more um on the horror side of things, a big part of it is making sure that you are keeping track of a lot of a lot of the stuff that for the most part DMs try to keep things simplified. Hey, yeah, no problem, dude. That happens. No, I'm just thinking different things, and I was thinking about like what it started off with the thought of like making a D&D campaign like 7 Days to Die, just like a whole you get dropped in an area and have to like scavenge around dealing with undead and zombies and everything in all these little nook areas that you're exploring, which could be cool, but like anytime you did horror, whether it was just strictly undead or even went further into some different horror stuff, a big part of it is, yeah, you have to do a lot more bookkeeping um to get people to make people understand that there's, you know, limits to everything you have. So if you're not careful, death is much more a real possibility. Um and that is the big thing. It's making sure that the group understands that your character is likely to die. Yeah, that's a little harder to do in a long run campaign. Um but yeah. Yeah, you gotta do just the right kind of descriptions to make sure that they get an idea without overdoing it and letting their own imagination take away more from that. But it helps if the group understands that that what you're doing is horror too. It's a lot easier for their imagination to run wild with the thing if they already are walking into this understanding they're dealing with horror. Trying to just start a campaign where you as the DM are like, this is going to be a horror game without ever telling the party, unless you do specific things, it's going to um subtle isn't always going to come across as horror because of that. So there's a lot of balancing that comes with it. But like a general survival campaign, not even necessarily as a horror, just like any kind of full on low level, this is not you going out and adventuring. This is or well, it's sort of you going out and adventuring, but it's less about big world ending story or whatever and more of just, yeah, you're adventurers, but your adventurers dropped in a random place just trying to survive. Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely some interesting characters that can be used, like the relentless slasher as good horror trope kind of enemies. I wonder, like, the big thought is, horror even aside, you could do a survival kind of game as a D&D tabletop game. I just don't know. I don't know if it would be entertaining enough to be worth doing. Like a game, not even, like I said, necessarily horror, just a game where the DM is running it, where it's all about just survival. There is no necessarily story. Yeah, like that is definitely, you'd have to set up, that would be a very specific sort of session zero conversation of like, hey, I want to run a very simplistic game where all we're worrying about is, there's no story necessarily. This is Minecraft, the D&D game. Um, Effectively, it would be doable. Um, but like, and like I said, taken beyond even Minecraft to where you do have, or like Valheim, the D&D game, I guess might be a little bit better placed. You have different monsters that, yes, you can run randomly into and deal with. And that could be issues, but a bigger part is you have to make sure you eat, you drink, you're doing the standard survival stuff. And I think there's a level of, in order to do that, I think as a DM, there's some extra groundwork. Not just bookkeeping, but extra just little groundwork of, hey, I want, not just, yeah, I used my ration for today, or something like actual, try to keep a little bit more of thought into food and drink, and not allow just general 1 day rations, but actually go deeper into that system and make kind of your own hunger thirst um thing for the game. I feel like to do justice to a survival game like that, you would have to um put the effort into certain specifics. If you left it too much on the built-in mechanics for D&D, there's not really, like, besides the fact that it does tend to get forgotten. Um, or more, I guess more important it would be to say, in most cases, things like hunger and thirst, um, very quickly become something the players don't need to worry about, and get justified of just, yeah, it's not hard for you guys to hunt for food, gather water, and be prepared, and magic up a drink or a food or whatever. Um, because even the DM doesn't necessarily want to deal with that level of keeping track of everything. Which I would understand. Having to keep track of whether or not everybody ate or drank and gave them proper debuffs for malnutrition and dehydration is a lot of work. And honestly, probably more effort than any DM should have to put into a game. Alright, back to taking these things down. Ugh. Uh... Yeah, no, then that's why I understand why most campaigns don't do it. It is and why it's one of those. It's like it's not worth the effort in most games because it is overly tedious, non-necessary stuff outside of, and even there I was gonna say outside of low level, but even at low level it's not worth it. Yeah, it's the level of understanding, hey, the point of this game is that survival stuff, so we have to keep track of it more is what makes the difference. It's just having never gotten to play with that kind of thing, I don't know how worth it is and how good the built-in system actually is for any of that. Oh, that's a zombie vulture somewhere out, or zombie bird outside. Well, it's almost daytime. And of course, every time daytime hits, we get a vote. Alright, I don't know. It's gonna be bad enough we have to do this vote outside in the, or this fight outside in the rain. Any one of them. Taurus is probably the easiest thing. But yeah, the baseball bat that we got is definitely worth it. It's helping making some things easier. Alright, back into the not so cold. Alright, let's clear all this out of here. I also feel like a survival game might test, like, I wonder if some of that would be better off with certain limitations on class, but I always feel like that's the worst thing. Outside of not allowing hope brew stuff. Like, straight up telling players, hey, because of the way this world is, I don't want you playing a cleric or, like straight up saying no to an entire class. Almost feels like one of the worst things you could potentially do. I mean, there are certain levels of, hey, this story is predicated on certain things that mean that you can't play those, and I can kind of understand some of that. But it's a level of, like, not so much saying no because, hey, this doesn't exist. Like, it depends on the reason for saying no, I guess would be the best way to put it. Telling somebody they can't play a character or class because there is legit big story reasons behind it, and it's just because of the story, is one thing. Telling somebody that you can't play a species or race or whatever you want to call it, or a class or a subclass, because I don't like this class, it's broken. That's, no, you need to learn how to be a better DM and deal with that thing. if you are normally 100% fine with something, but are specifying, hey, this world at this point that we're playing in, X, X, Y, and Z are going on, which is making, these things not actually, this class not even exist is fine. Yeah. But the people who are like, I don't allow this subclass because it breaks the game, or this spell is too broken, so I don't let people use it. No. That's not it is a problem with the game. That's I don't know how to deal with it. And you should be, hey, maybe looking for forums and help for, like, hey, how do you guys handle this or that beyond just not allowing it or completely changing it? Because it's written the way it is to be balanced and used in a certain way. And yes, there are maybe ways to break it, but some of those game breaking things that I've seen are also, because interpretation is like 90% of this game, and I'm interpreting it to mean this, and it's not how it, that may be the rules as written, but it's not rules as intended. And there's a level of, hey, that's not what that actually is supposed to do. Stop using semantic loophole to break something. And more so, and this is not for you, Brad, because you're good with it, but the thing I try whenever I make sure the actual here is what the rule is stated with my other friend that runs the game on Tuesdays, that is back on a little bit of a hiatus for understandable reasons, is, hey, this is the rule. This is the rule, how it's written. Personally, this is my interpretation of it, but you as the DM, you have final say. Interpret it as you will. But this is what the rule at least is, so you know the baseline of what it is to now interpret it to what you want for your game. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to D&D, the DM is final arbitrator on all rules, and can say, I don't like that, I'ma change it, I want the game to run like this. And while this is true, there is a level of, obviously it's that fine balancing act of, you don't want to like overly do that. And you want things to try to stick at least somewhat close to the rules, but it is always a, hey, what's the interpretation that you want to use for this? How do you see it working? Oh, god damn it. And, well, at least it's a silly vote. Ugh. Yeah, this is a good time for silly sounds, honestly. There's that frickin' vulture again. You know, if I get shoved under stairs like this, I can get pretty damn low. So why can't I go prone and squeeze through the holes like this? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the little was a bathroom thing that's attached to the other side. So we can probably leave this wall after this to get the rest of that. I do, however, need to get this stuff. Squeaky Hammer of Doom! No, we're gonna have another way in and out. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. Oh, I am out of... I am now out of food. Let's head back. See... I think we may have to go and spend money at Trader Rect for some food. Or that. I mean, food is food, but that's... Alright, yeah, nothing else that I can think of. Alright. We already did this, right? No, we didn't. Oh, cool. We get some,
It'll be a good morning when you
Oh!
buy something and get the fuck
Damn.
out of here.
Sure. Mm.
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
Mm. While we're here. Oh no, I just forgot to get the truck on my route. Okay. Put the raw meat and corn in there for later. Alright. We have some food. While we are still oh so fast. Look at that flaming bat. There we go. Alright. Um there we go. Back to taking down the stairs. Okay. But yeah, that's I guess that's enough on the D&D stuff. It was one of those things that popped up of like I in thinking about how I would do maybe this as a game. Just the understanding of rules interpretation is annoying. That's why it's left up to the DM usually. Um I just noticed that. Oh crap. Okay, this stair has been broken enough. There is definitely no not gonna worry about that right now. There's 4 blocks like at this 5,000 that I'm gonna have to break for these stairs. That's gonna suck. Thankfully, I think this is the last of the stairs, so then it'll just be the rest of some internal stuff and the garage. Hey, supply vote. Book supplies would be best, I think. Though meal supplies would also be useful. Armor is the only one we don't really need. So B or C. Or if nobody votes, whatever random giveth. Which, knowing my luck, will be armor supplies. But we'll let this vote go, grab that, and once we grab that, we'll then take our next little commercial break. Which we'll grab it after we finish breaking this block. Oh, we did get book supplies. Nice. Alright, did more damage to wolves, better salvaging tools, and we already have that. That's what bullets are made from. 5 more brass and loot. Being able to make vehicle headlights good, and bow crafting. Cool. Alright. Actually all pretty decent. Like I said, now that we got that one, we'll pause here. Take another quick little commercial break for pre-roll ads. This gets us back to where we normally want to take these. And then when we come back, more demolition. At least hopefully by the end of today we'll have the entire internal gutted, which means next week we get to truly get into the demolition and take out the external support. See you guys in just a little bit. Alrighty, let's get back to this, shall we? Back to stone breaking. Um. Uh. God, trying to think of something else to talk about has been the big thing. Like that has been my thing. Is just what am I going to talk about today? Oh hey, it's a light source too. That's good to know. I mean, I guess it makes sense the burning bat would work as a light source. And actually, I do want that switched. I'd like to have that a lot easier to get to from here. In fact, let's also do, yeah. Actually, I guess this being the in-between, so it's like, oh, I need the wrench for something, let me do that. Oh, I need melee, let me... That makes more sense. Hmm. This point, just trying to think about what I want to do next. We're generally thinking about a few different things. Like the game wise, obviously we know we're sort of in between on. We're getting this destroyed. Eventually, I do have to go back and finish destroying all that brickwork in the hole, and then fill up the hole with dirt. Um, which means I should be doing, well, actually we've got a digging thing that we're doing that's going to help us get a lot of the clay we need to make that dirt. Yeah, the storm coming. Oh. Right, let's save that for there. That's probably... Oh. I wonder if this is gonna be the scary part on this right now, as I'm breaking some of these things down, is that we very well could hit a point where enough internal structure is broken that I could get like a cave-in situation, which could suck. Because, like, this is now all set to just be external walls for the most part. So that is... Oh, I should finish breaking down. Ow, 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 ow. Holy shit. We may end up with a freestanding vending machine if it doesn't get destroyed in the crushing of the building. Yeah, see, this is where I'm getting more and more worried that something's gonna happen. As we destroy more and more of these internals. Mind you, it may not. We may be lucky enough that this building is still close enough together on both sides, though it doesn't feel like it should be, to support all of this. Based off of in-game, numbers. Here we go. Thing is, I think if there is going to be a fall, it is going to be one of those we're just going to hear a couple little internal pieces crash. It's not going to be like a big pull everything down tumble, I think, right away. Which will be the biggest problem. We can wait. Technically, we've got, if we do this and this, because this is 53 food, this is another 22 food, and with what these give for water as well. What I could do just for now. So those two will give me more than enough little food. That, I think. Yeah. Energizer no vehicle, because jumbled backpack always sucks. Oh, that's a full-on horde. Better armor crafting. And a, I mean, the motor tank, cool, but not useful. Alright. Let's see. Let's learn that. Let's just immediately eat that as well. That's better in liners, so... Cool. We got some stuff to sell. That actually wasn't a bad little, mini horde to deal with. That must be where the garage is. Okay, cool. Oh. Let me see. 37. So this has got slightly better melee damage. Or no, what I have has better. Oh, but it's not showing me. Yeah, so that's showing off compared to base, so we're a little better off in general because a lot of the upgrades on this still. That sledgehammer, while neat, not worth it. Though, what is its block damage? 62. Jeez, that uses stamina. Yeah, no. Outside of if we've got energize, no, that sledgehammer is way too freaking costly. Actually, quick just double check. If I go here... Yep, there's a spot where it does, so more than likely that is... the break we're looking for. Where the hell did you spawn in? Whatever. The internal of the garage, the center of the garage, will wait on necessarily clearing out, because those hydraulic presses are going to be a pain and a half to break. Like, these are 5,000. These are 10,000. That whole thing is going to take forever to deal with, so... one of the few places I will say, fuck off, we're not going to try to break that anytime soon. Especially because otherwise the best I can do is come with this and be like... And that's going to take way too long to be worth it. Just like, I know it's gonna suck, but we're gonna do the garage doors in between stuff, and my headset is beeping at me now. Hold on. Come on. There we go. If the sledgehammer wasn't so stamina costly, right now we'd probably be using it, but it is way too much. Though I do want to see, part of keeping it is to see how it, if I can upgrade it with some of the mods from the other lower tier sledge. That would make a huge difference. God damn it. Sorry. Cable is being a little annoying to deal with and trying to get it in some place where I know it won't bother me. So I usually try to keep my headset charged in between streams, but sometimes doesn't happen. Hmm. There's enough stuff we gotta do back at base. It might be worth it to say, screw it, go back to base tonight and work on a little bit of sorting and making some new food and stuff. Also, because what we have left here is not much. So I think we will definitely have the internals done today. Because outside of this, all that's left is this wall and everything that's on it on this side. But if we work through the night, because we're getting into a better situation, we can work through the night. Because now that we have this, if we have to deal with attacks in the night, we can at least see what the hell we're doing. Just like in D&D, sometimes you gotta love a flaming weapon. Alright. Of course there's... Yep, nighttime. That's fine though. Oh. I'll say we'll do what we can to get the rest of the internal wall here done, and then head back to base after that. We've got another hour left of the stream, so depending how damage goes, we might actually be able to see some of this tumble today. Why can zombies duck below things, but we can't? That makes even less sense. All right. Yeah, it's all still growing. All right. Let's see. Can only make 5 more. So that's not enough. Um. Oh, we can make honey tea now. Greatly speeds up recovery from dysentery and helps fight off early stages of infection. Uh, yeah, I don't have the pumpkins to make that. All right. And eventually, all of this, like I said, we finish with this. Damn it, that's twice now that that's gotten fucked up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18. Oh, shoot. I just realized something. There we go. Yeah. The next step is going to be filling all that in. I guess definitely we technically have some time because I want to wait until that's all done cooking before we go too far away from here. God, the amount of dirt we're it's gonna help with filling up some different areas, isn't it? Huh. We're also gonna need to make a lot of wooden blocks to fill this in. Oh. Oh, it is technically time for break. So let's see, is this done? Not quite. That's fine though. We'll pause here, take a quick commercial break to get our final ads done. When we come back, do a little bit more digging while we wait for the last couple of drinks to finish being made, and then kill a little bit more time for the airdrop. And then I guess start. I kind of want to save the final demolition for another day, so I think we'll finish today off with this building construction that we're working on. So, see how it goes, but I will see you guys in just a little bit. So, see ya. All right, we are back. Let's get right back in for our last hour of, like I said, a little bit more constructive as opposed to destructive. How much? Yeah, we'll start that craft because that might be barely enough. Because we're filling a 19 by 19-ish area. So that's going to be a lot of wooden blocks. Hmm. Let those two smelt now while I'm doing this. On the bright side, like I said, since we're into the day of the 19th, we'll get our, we'll get our airdrop. Um, but, excuse me. Thankfully, I muted that so you didn't have to deal with that. I would have covered, but dear God, that was just. Sorry. Hmm. But yeah, we'll do this. We'll be getting our airdrop before we leave today. The 21st is the next horde at night, so we should get close enough in that we won't have much. Like, we'll have probably a day, like, when we come back next Thursday, we'll have a day in-game time that we can do, demolition stuff before then having to before prep for Horde Night on the 21st. Because we'll probably be either ending night of the 19th or into the 20th. Hmm. Of course, we're gonna be digging in the rain for a little bit. Thought I heard a zombie. Oh well. Yeah, we're about to have a zombie dog, tourist, or random attack, so.
Morning. I got a hangover, so just keep it down.
Mm.
Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get
Eh.
hurt.
Oh. Oh. I don't have anything that works for spraying, do I? There we go. I feel like that's an update because I don't think that was working that way before. Alright, let's get some food down. Alright. Back to some digging till, you know, our airdrop arrives. Out of curiosity, what does this need for repair? Just wood? Nice. I will take wood repair on a slightly higher tier weapon. Nice. Think we've got Lucky Looter up high enough now. So let us work on... Yeah. Miner 69er and Motherload. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely that one thing did upgrade this because we were taking 3 swings before and now it's only 2. Prepare for the coming airdrop here. There it is. Oh, yeah. It's pretty clear where I'm working. Let's go get this airdrop. Tiny zombies dance off our big heads. Yeah. Whatever boats your float. All right. Hey, we got a claw hammer. But that's a repair item, which we don't really need right now until we get the other things. Oh. Spear crafting, sledgehammer crafting, and electrical. Not the most amazing. Um... Oh. Alright. Oh, it's out of fuel. Shit. Um... Don't really have tool thing right now, so we'll just put that in mechanical for now. This is gonna become crafting. At some point down the road, like this is gonna be where a lot of like storage and what have you. We're gonna get things separated out. Have upper floors. Might even push it further back. I don't know. Once we start working on the design, we'll figure that out. Because full on treating this like, you know, most other survival things, where instead of what we did last time where we lived in a base, we're gonna actually build our own big, like, corporate thing. Which does mean, yes, if I feel like it, I may be tearing a lot of these bricks down and replacing them with better ones. As I look into what different stuff looks like down the road. and I find out how like the painting stuff works. Because like if I can just upgrade all of this to a certain level and then just kind of come with this and yeah, see like all this like so like that would be I could like take well really these don't have modified slot or have cosmetic slots? Huh. All right. Whoop. I hate when my keyboard does that. And it's not a like sticky keyboard because it's one of those it's been happening since before this one where just sometimes if I'm hitting a button there's like a lag. So even though I let go of the button, it still thinks I'm pressing it. Oh yeah, we're gonna need a lot more. And not just cause like not just like floor wise. It's the fact that eventually I will also be looking at like I gotta build up the walls and everything else too. I mean, I guess that's fine. The plan was gonna be to build a self-replenishing forest where that would be that side of things of plant a bunch of trees, let them grow up, knock them down, replant, and just keep going. So all right. So with all that done, Let's do. Um. Hey, meal vote. That honestly, very useful right now. Close enough. Oh. Mhm. Oh. I didn't put I didn't put dirt someplace weird. Okay, I don't understand why we're getting the game telling us we've made so much dirt when we haven't, but alright. Oh, hey, we did finish another challenge. One that I didn't get last time. Alright. We are gonna have to worry about hunger and thirst here, so almost done. Alright. Now you can see we do still need a lot here, and then that doesn't include, like I said, building up walls. So we need a lot of wood. Thankfully, wood and dirt are both renewable resources. Don't know about rock though. So the easiest way to check is craft one of these. We have 14 back, 18 to make, so that's not so good. Gravel is 11 and 11. And we get 10 and 9 back. Damn it. The only other thing I can think of is once we get it, hold on. Is that maybe something there? It's like this again. So it gives me small stone. I don't know. That's something maybe I think I will do some off stream if I get a chance. And I'm not distracted by other stuff. I'll do some research off stream on. But it's close enough between actual time and in-game time. We'll pause it here for today. So that means when we come back to this next week, be next Thursday, uh, we'll again have a horde night, but we'll be just a little bit off from it, so shouldn't be too bad. Now tomorrow we are going back to the Mega Man Zero platforming games. We finished Mega Man like Sunday. We started the Mega Man Zero ZX collection and actually finished the first game. With a little bit of time to spare, but not enough that I felt like it was worth it to start two. So that means that tomorrow we will be starting Mega Man Zero 2. If we do well enough with it, depending on how things go, that means we can maybe start 3 as well. So we'll see if we can get through 2, 3, and even 4 um, over the weekend. But I'd be happy to just get through 2 and 3. That seems reasonable. Getting 4 also in the mix seems less likely, but we'll see how it goes. As always, though, hope you guys enjoyed the stream today, and I will see you all next time. You all have a great rest of your night. Later.